we are focusing on a particular aspect that is called as renewable energy certificate mechanism. Now, to just give you an overview, yesterday you were there. I think some of the people were here. So we just talked about renewable energy in general and especially to renewable energy power generation aspects. I touched on a particular point, if you remember yesterday, was that there is now renewable purchase obligation. That the states in the country have to buy a particular quantum of power. Of the total power consumed in a particular state, some percentage has to come from clean energy sources, that is renewable energy sources, right? So let's say we take one example of Punjab here, like the current renewable purchase obligation is 4%. So I'll give you one example. If there's 45,000 million units of energy consumed in the state per annum, then 4% of that has to come from renewable energy. Out of that, around I think so, close to about 1.5% or something like that is solar, and the remaining has to come from the other sources, wind, biomass, hydro, and all those together. So the other aspect I was talking about, suppose in some states, let's take example of Delhi. Now Delhi is just like a, what should I say? It's like a national capital region. Now in national capital region, we don't have that kind of space to put large solar power plants or maybe put hydro power stations. Normally the power is coming from other states to the state. Now in that state, there's a big issue. Where to put up these facilities? Either he has to put up on the rooftops, or either he has to look for land some in other state and then buy that power. So what is happening is in some states there is some potential, in other states there is less potential. Let's talk of Northeast, there will be hydro potential there, but there will be very less potential for other kind of technologies. Similarly, let's go to southern part of the country, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, these states, they have very high wind potential because these are coastal belts, right? So similarly, we come to Punjab or maybe Haryana or maybe these northern states. Here we don't have any wind potential. We have either solar, biomass, or hydro. So what is happening is, so every state is required to fulfill a particular MU. Like say, let's say in Punjab we are required to buy something close to about something in the range of, I'll say about 2,000 MUs coming from clean energy. Now we are unable to meet it. What should we do? Either we face the penalties, right? The utility has to pay certain penalties, or there is another mechanism called as renewable energy certificate. The renewable energy certificate mechanism, if you are aware of it, there is an earlier mechanism called CERs, that is carbon credits, if you are aware of carbon credits. Now this is a mechanism in the country which is similar to carbon credits, right? So we will examine this, what is renewable energy certificates, what are the framework behind it. It is a national level mechanism, which basically allows you what? The states which are short of the fulfillment of renewable purchase obligation buy these certificates from the exchanges, power exchanges in the country. They buy these certificates in order to fulfill their shortfall, right? And the states which are surplus are able to sell their surplus energy and get money in order to sale of these certificates. This is how this mechanism works. Wherever there is surplus power or surplus renewable energy coming out, that is eligible for getting certificates. In certain cases, there are projects which are eligible for getting RECs. So there is a conceptual framework. So it is basically a give and take, and this is traded as a commodity, right? So this certificate is a commodity. It has got a floor price, forbearance price, and states can buy these certificates in order to fulfill your renewable purchase obligation. So let's see what exactly is. Now one renewable energy certificate is equal to 1 megawatt hour of renewable energy. That is a fundamental thumb rule. If we produce 1 megawatt hour of clean energy from any of these sources, solar, biomass, or wind, or maybe hydro sources, this converts into one certificate, one renewable energy certificate, right? As I told, this can be sold, traded, right? And it is required to be fulfilled as an instrument under RPO by the state utilities. Like Punjab State Electricity Board is there, Haryana is there, other utilities are there, private utilities are there. They are also under the obligation. Similarly, now there are two power exchanges in the country. One is the Power Exchange of India, and the other is Indian Energy Exchange, where this trading takes place. It is like I'll say how it I should say it's like a share market. So it is similarly behaves, and there are days on which this trading takes place, right? So there are two categories of these certificates I told earlier. One is a solar certificates, and another is a non-solar category. For solar, there is a separate obligation. For non-solar, there is a separate obligation. Now, there are various criteria on the basis of which this certificate become the entities or the projects or the buyers or sellers have to be eligible. Now, if you look at slightly on the eligibility criteria, this is basically what is going to happen is that electricity, whatever generator is going to sell, so he has to qualify first for being a part of this REC mechanism. There are two kind of mechanisms. One is that what happens is if you generate some power, some project generates a power, he has the either facility to sell this power for a longer period to the utility under a power purchase agreement. Now, if somebody doesn't want to sell this in a power purchase agreement, then he has a facility to sell this power under short-term agreements. Now, there's a risk here. If you sell the power under a long-term agreement, then the risk is very less because you have a agreement for 25 years or 20 years, and you know what is the rate you're going to get, and then you know that you're selling to the state government or a state utility. You know that your money is going to be safe. It is going to come in. Now here, once you start selling in the market the power, then the risk is higher. So here what is happening is that once you want to be eligible for REC, you have to take that risk. Why? What is happening? That you get a lower price for selling power to the utilities, but you get a higher price in the market if you take that risk. So it is like a share market risk. I'm giving you one example because slightly it is a dry subject because more of technical in nature. It is more technical than yesterday's lecture. But since the institute has been insisting that this is a framework which will be told to you, so it is subject by I'm giving you example of the share market so you can understand how, because normally people can understand the trading of the share market and all those. So it's a similar kind of mechanism whereby the certificates get traded, right? So the market determines the price of these certificates. The other thing is that there are captive power plants also. Now, captive power plant is what? Where there is an industry which has set up a power plant and you generating the power and using the entire power for its own consumption. Now, that is like a captive power plant. So, the captive power plant also, if he generates power from the clean energy sources like solar, wind, hydro, biomass, then that CPP also becomes eligible for RECs. So, there is additional benefit to a person to get REC certificates. Yeah, next slide. So this is the framework. If you see how the framework moves, you can see that you have a RE generator. Now RE generator is renewable energy generator. It can be either a solar power plant, it can either be a biomass power plant, it can be a wind power turbine, or it can be, let's say, a hydro power station also. Now what is happening? If you see, there are two things. What I told you. One is that you sell this power at a preferential tariff. The tariff is yesterday, if you attended the lectures, I told you this is the tariff. Like for solar, I gave you something like 875. Some other tariff, hydro, it was 5 rupees 50 paisa. So different tariffs are there. That is the tariff a company sells power to the utility. That is called as preferential tariff. Now there are, if you look at who are buyers of that, that is obligated entities. So this is one framework. In this, there is no REC coming. Now, if you look at the other framework, if you sell power under the REC framework, then there are two parts. One is the electricity component, the second is the renewable component. Now, what has happened is that what government has done. Power is power. Once it flows, it is power. You cannot differentiate that what is clean power and what is thermal power or coal power, whatever. Once it is flowing, the power is flowing in the transmission lines, it is a power. But what is the attribute in clean power is that they have separated the environmental attribute. The environmental attribute is the clean component of the power, which is converted into REC. So if you look at the framework, the electricity component is either got sold to distribution utility at APPC, that is average pool price. Other part is that you sell it to a third party. You can directly sell power to any other third factory or any consumer directly also. That is also possible. And The other component is that you can sell power to power exchanges, which I was telling there are two power exchanges. So what will happen if you do these sale in these three areas? Then renewable energy component is gets generated, that is called as REC, which again is sold in the power exchange separately. So one is, I'll give you one small example. Let's suppose I am a solar power generator. I have a 1 megawatt plant, right? So if that 1 megawatt plant is generating, let's say 1.5 million units in a year. Now that 1.5 million units, normally I should sell at 8 rupees 75 paisa to cover my cost, because my cost of setting the solar plant is higher than a thermal power plant. So I will sell that 8 rupees 75 paisa, that power, for 25 years to the state utility. That is the upper part of the framework. Now if I want to sell under REC, what I'll do is that I will try to sell that power to the utility at APPC, that is called as average pooled procured price. That is around something, that is the basket price of the entire power being purchased by the utility. That is around at, in Punjab, that may be at a 3 rupees 50 paisa, 3 rupees 60 paisa. Now, why should I sell power which is costing me 7 or 8 rupees at 3 rupees 60 paisa? You will say it is a foolish proposition. You will be in huge losses. So what is happening? I am selling that power at 3 rupees 60 paisa, taking a risk, and then I am getting REC component for that. So for 1 megawatt hour of energy, I am pumping at APPC price. I am getting one REC. One REC is what I am getting is there are different pricing for that. So currently the price for that is about something like 13,000 and 500 rupees on that range. The lower price for floor price for that is 9,300 rupees. So what will happen is if I take one unit only, so minimum I'll get 9 rupees 30 paisa for that. And in addition, I get 3 rupees 50 paisa per day. So what is happening is I am taking a risk. I am getting REC at 9 rupees 30 paisa, and I am also selling that power at 3 rupees 50 paisa. Total, if you look, it will become close to something like 13 rupees. But there's a risk here because I may be able to sell my RECs in the market, I may not be able to sell. That risk, if you're taking, then you're getting more money. Maybe you're selling it for power at 13 rupees. But if you don't want to take risk, then you sell your power at 8 rupees 75 paisa. So there are two mechanisms here. This mechanism has been framed by the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, that is the CRC, which determines the entire framework of power tariff structures in the country. So if you look at how this is happening, the operational framework. Now, in order to any project to get registered under the REC framework, if let's say any project is located in the state of Punjab or any state, he has to first go to a state agency to accredit that project. There's accreditation, which is then after the accreditation is done, there's an accreditation certificate generated. Then that project applies to a central agency. In Government of India, the central agency here is one organization, which is called as that is National Load Dispatch Center, NLDC. Now the NLDC here is the central agency in which the registration is required. Once registration is done, the registration certificate is issued to a project, right? Once a registration certificate is issued, the entire process is online. There is a website here, which is called as recregistryindia.in. So everything happens online. There is no requirement of using any paperwork. Everything is online. So the RECs are issued by the central agency, depending upon the reading of the power which the utility sends to the central agency, telling that in a particular month it has pumped in, let's say, 100 megawatt hours, let's say. So he will be eligible for how much? 100 RECs. So the 100 RECs are issued by central agency. And the last point is redemption. Now, once a company has RECs, how basically you sell it? That is the point. So if you look at this small chart, this is the process. Eligible entity is the project developer. It requests the state agency, and then the accreditation process is verified. It is online. Then there is an intimation sent to SLDC. SLDC is what? State Load Dispatch Center. Now every state has a state load dispatch center which controls the entire power demand, supply, regulation, loading in the entire state. There's one SLDC, which has the live data. There is a national load dispatch center I told you, which is a central agency. It has a complete live data of what is happening to the electricity in the country. You can see like there's a big room. So you will have the entire all the four walls, huge screens. So you can see all states. What is happening in different state? How much power is generated in Tamil Nadu? How much power is consumed in Delhi? So there's a live data that is a second to second data. How the power is, because power is very dynamic kind of subject. So here the state load dispatch center gets the intimation, yes, that this generator is going to send in so much power to the utility. So then there is a central agency confirming once he receives the application and then the intimation to the power exchange. So once central agency gives you a particular project a registration number or a registration certificate, and this process starts, it also intimates to the power exchange that okay, I have issued so many RECs to this project. So once that project developer goes back to the power exchange to sell, then there is already a record with them that okay, so many numbered up RECs have been already given by the central agency to that particular project, let's say X project. So when that X project goes to the power exchange knows, yes, these numbered RECs have come back for sale. That is how this entire online process takes place. Now this is the issuance process. I slightly explained that if you look at this, the central agency is the main coordinator behind this process, which is the NLDC. It informs this to the power exchange. It also coordinates with the eligible entity. It also coordinates with the SLDC for the data regarding power readings, right? And then it also verifies that whether the RECs issued have been kept, sold. There is a particular period you can sell these RECs. Like if you get today 100 RECs, then these are eligible for 2 years. So the project developer can sell these RECs in a period of 2 years depending upon what is the price. So the price fluctuates in this market on every Wednesday. Every Wednesday of the week the trading takes place. Every Wednesday the price fluctuates. So it is an online sale. Like you sell, if you somebody knows share trading, then you can online you can do the trading of shares. Similarly, he will look at the price. If he finds the price is good high, he will try to sell it on. So this is how it operates. This is slightly on the trading. If you look at this, so already explained that how this. If you look at the one part, number one, if you look at this electricity to grid, electricity from grid, right? And then if you look at the 4, 5, that part, that is the REC purchase agreement, public trading. Then if you look at the issuance of REC, I already explained to you how the NLDC does the issuance of the RECs, right? Then SLDC is there, it confirms the energy accounting from there, right? And then the compliance reporting is there to the monitoring committee in each state. The compliance reporting is done by the state agency. So this is a mechanism which why this mechanism has been made. Just try to understand. The idea is basically to promote renewable energy much more, and also to allow states to fulfill their minimum obligation where there is possibility of generating clean energy is very less. So I gave you example of Delhi. I gave you example of let's say northeastern states because they're a hilly region. If you take example of Himachal, there's very less possibility. Only hydropower stations are there. But if you look at then there are very less solar power stations, there are very less biomass power station, or maybe very less of wind regime. So that's why this mechanism has been developed. So this is slightly on the redemption process. So if you look at the redemption, how actually the power it is sold. So basically the power exchange is the main body where the sale actually happens, right? And who are the purchasers? You can look obligated entity. That is the utilities. Utilities, all the utilities of the electricity boards are the purchasers, right? And the intimation for sale is sent to central agency and also to the state agency. So these are the timelines, like when actually a person needs to look at the process and he has to become eligible. once the plant becomes commissioned, and within 3 months they can apply. Then the other process is 15 days, right? Regarding for the issuance, then the validity. It was earlier 365 days. Now I have told you it has become 2 years. After that, there's a fees which has to be paid, registration fees, annual fees which has to be paid. So these are the processes. But coming to the part of pricing, how the pricing happens. I'll just give you one example. Let's say, if you look at, again, I'll give you an example of the share trading. Let's say we are trading in Tata Power. Let's say. So what happens is, this Securities Exchange Board of India says that the share price cannot go, let's say, if the share is trading, let's say, at 700 rupees, it cannot jump 25% more or maybe 20% more in a particular day, or go 20% down like that. That is how it behaves. Similarly, here in this also, there is a both circuit breakers. Their upper price is fixed and lower price is fixed. Like in case of solar, I'll tell you, the minimum price a REC certificate for solar will demand or will get is 9,300 rupees, and the maximum price he will get is 13,500 rupees. So within that range, the trading will take place. It cannot be traded beyond 13,500 rupees. It will not get traded below 9,300. So within that range, depending upon how much is the demand and supply in the market, the price will be fixed. So if somebody sees that okay, today the price is higher, he may try to sell at that. That is how the power exchange or the sale takes place. Now this is, if you look at the pricing, this is the pricing. So you will see forbearance price is the upper circuit rate, the highest price for that REC, and floor price is the lowest price. So if you look at non-solar is that category, which is hydro, biomass, and wind. So RECs generated from these resources will fall in this category, and RECs generated from solar will be in the higher category. Why? Because solar power is much more costlier as compared to these sources. That's why a higher price to do this. That is the point. So this is a particular case study. Uh, the idea is basically, if you look at if a particular project is set up, how much viability is there to that project, right? So that has been explained slightly here. And otherwise, there's a huge. I yesterday explained that there are possibilities of ultra mega solar power projects coming up in the country now. In megawatt scales, like I told, Leh and Ladakh, the capacity of projects which is going to come is 4,500 megawatts for solar only. Similarly, I told in Rajasthan there is a plan for 3,500 megawatt. So these kind of mega capacity projects are going to come. The idea is basically to make this technology self-sustainable. Like today, if your bill in the house for power, whatever you consume, is let's say at 5 rupees per unit. So the idea is today the power generated at solar is 7 rupees. Maybe another 4 or 5 years, or maybe another 3 years, this power will be let's say at 6 rupees or something like that. So and by that another 3 4 years, your power price in the houses will also be 6 rupees. So it will become a grid parity will come. So that means at that time anybody can afford solar power and buy solar power, or maybe install its own solar power generator. That is the kind of aim which government is aiming at, so as to make this power at par with the other thermal power or coal power of that kind, so that this power, which is clean energy, becomes affordable to everybody. That is the basic fundamental premise behind this. I'm giving you some more small example. Yesterday, there was somebody who asked me a question that, sir, how do we install a small rooftop system? So this is a small example. If you look at, though it is slightly one, like if you have this institute, I'll give you, you can easily afford to put up a 100 kilowatt system here, right? And this will be able to give you about 1.5 lakh units of power in a year. So these kind of costing, if you look at now, have come down. These are costly. These are in the system which are slightly, the pricing is slightly old, but these prices have come down very sharply now down with the advent of so much of volumes coming in the system. That is there. And you can also have batteries coupled with these systems. If you have power shortage or power cut, so during that period, it will work in an inverter kind of mechanism. So you can have a dedicated circuit, and the entire institute or a building or whatever it is where you're powering, that can also have that benefit of power backup. So these are the advantages if you set up this system by some organization or some company. One is that it is eligible for renewable energy certificates in addition. So what happens if some project becomes eligible for renewable certificates? Its viability increases a lot. One was that it was generating power and using it, and was incurring certain cost. The other was that now it is also getting, in addition, 9,300 rupees per megawatt hour for the REC, which was not there earlier, because after the start of the REC mechanism, there has been a lot of viability coming to these projects. And last, I want to freedom from grid-based electricity. That is also there. So you can make a project which can be, or a system which can be, doesn't require any grid-based electricity. That is also possible. So these have slightly explained the benefits of a project, that how it behaves financially also. If you look at, if you do maybe 75% debt and 70% debt and 30% equity in that region, how it behaves. The project is viable. Similarly, for a 200 kilowatt system, some calculation is there. So these are certain important features of the REC mechanism, and this mechanism is currently operational in the whole country. And the maximum benefit for REC mechanism is being reaped by the southern states. In Tamil Nadu alone, the wind power capacity today, as on date, is close to about, I think, so 16,000 megawatt in one state only, because it's a huge resource. And India is the fifth largest generator of wind power in the world at this moment. So the kind of capacities which are coming up is very, very huge. Sometimes what happens in the state of Tamil Nadu, it becomes very difficult for them. There is so much surplus in power, it's very difficult for them to dispose of that power to other states also. That kind of situation is also arises. So there are issues on distribution and transmission of electricity which the government of India is looking into. So what I'm trying to say, that there is a need for utilization of this clean power from some states which is in excess to certain states which are in don't have those resources. So there are two ways: either I transmit that entire power from Tamil Nadu to Punjab through the national network, or the other is that power is sold to the nearby states and they get the RECs, and since I am short, I buy those RECs from their power exchange. So this is an alternate mechanism. So I have given you example of our organization. So similarly, this can be substituted by all states have similar organizations like us, our counterparts. If somebody is from UP, they will have their own organization. So this is how this REC mechanism in terms of services rotates. I have told you about this. NLDC is the state central agency. For state of Punjab, we are the state agency. Regulatory Commission, I told you, is the CRC, which determines the entire process, right? And there are the State Electricity Regulatory Commission, like Punjab has Punjab State Electricity Regulatory Commission. Haryana will be having their own regulatory commission. Similarly, they are the state regulators who fixes how much is the renewable purchase obligation, how much percentage of. Like in Punjab, it is 4%. If you go to Tamil Nadu, it is 10%. So they match how much is the capacity in the state to generate a resource. Accordingly, and if you go to Maharashtra, they are also way ahead. It is about 8%, because there is a lot of sugar cane, a lot of cogeneration factories in that state. So due to a lot of sugar cane, they are able to generate a lot of biomass power. So this is slightly on renewable purchase obligation. If you look at, I told you. So non-solar requirement for the state of Punjab in 2014-15 is 3.81, right? And solar is 0.19. So if you look at, I told you how much we need, approximately close to about 2000 plus MUs. That is million units to achieve this obligation. And I am till date not able to achieve it. So what I am required to do, I am required to purchase these RECs from the power exchange and fulfill the obligation. That means I am required to pay something like maybe 200 to 300 crore rupees, which is like a penalty on us, and buy these REC certificates in order to fulfill this RP obligation. So that's all I think so. And though I understand it is a very thickly technical for you people because it's not a subject which is very directly related. But what I'm trying to say here is that these mechanisms have been developed looking at many other developed nations. Like UK has such mechanism, Australia has a mechanism which is different. US, I don't think so, has a mechanism like this, and many other European countries also have these kind of mechanisms. If you look at Germany, they have very strong mechanism. Germany adds 6,000 megawatt of solar power generation capacity every year. Every year. And, no, REC is basically a mechanism. No? I'm talking of the generation capacity. Whereas in our country, I think so, we are hardly close to about 2,000 megawatt solar since the last 4 or 5 years. Now Germany is just like four states of the northern states. Let's say four states combined, like say, let's say Rajasthan, Punjab, and Haryana. That is the geographical area of Germany. So they're adding 6,000 megawatt, and they're maybe around close to 6,000 plus megawatts generation capacity every year. And the kind of sunshine they have is 50% less than ours. So if I place 1 square foot of solar panel area in that country, I'll be getting 50% less energy as compared to what I get in India. So it becomes all the more important for a country like us, which is very sunny, has a huge sunshine, to use these resources. So the idea behind all these policies framework is to sensitize people, and part of the agenda to use these clean energy sources. The other beauty is that you don't require any fuel. You don't have to pay. Like in coal thermal, you have to pay for coal. Then again, it is polluting. Similarly, in oil or a gas plant, again you have to pay. Gas is again imported. We are short in gas exploration. But in case of solar or maybe hydro, you don't have to. Water is there, it is again natural. Sun is there, again natural. Only problem on the earth is that it only you get a day, so you can generate only for 7 8 hours. But if you put these panels in space, they'll be generating for 24 hours. So this is the idea behind the Government of India policy or the mechanism, how to promote these technologies. In addition, the government gives a lot of capital subsidies also, a lot of other incentives also. So I think so, ma'am, I am finished. If there are any queries, you can ask. That cost is slightly old. Maybe the cost today, if you want to do a 100 kilowatt, should be around 120, 130 lakhs reduced. Yeah, that much has reduced. Easily, if you, let's say, I'll give you one thumb rule: 1 kilowatt if you want to do 1 lakh. If you want to do on your house 2 kilowatt, you need to spend 2 lakhs. Out of that, the government of India will pay you 60,000. That is 30%. The remaining you have to spend. And that, if you do invest today, this entire investment is paid back within 6 years. 6 years. It is a viable proposition. You are from which state? UP. You have a very big organization called NEDA, Non-Commercial Energy Development Agency in Lucknow. And in every district they have their offices. They will have a website. You can put on Google NEDA. You can say UP NEDA. They will give you subsidy also. They have their program for every state. They will have, and they will have the entire. If I don't know how good is on their website, all the information application should be there on their website. That is there. Battery, see, if you use even a car battery, also lasts 3 years. Inverter battery also lasts about 3 4 years. So here also battery will last that much. Battery technology needs to develop. Normal lead acid batteries are like that. If you spend more, you can use VRLA gel batteries, but they're 20-30% costlier. Their life is about 6 7 years. And the other is what we use in mobiles. That is nickel cadmium or maybe silver ion batteries. Their life is about 10 years, but then the cost is 50% higher. So the more you pay, you get a better quality. That is, but we feel the battery technology is going to improve. There are a lot many other options going to come soon. And yesterday I was giving one example of net metering. Net metering is a very good area that you can, if you install, you can sell power to the grid. And during daytime, if you don't have anybody in your house, the entire power from the solar can go to the grid. Once you come back in the evening in your house, you can take back from the grid. So you don't need batteries. Only thing is, provided you don't have power cuts. Because if there's a power cut, then definitely you cannot help. But the power cut period, you need to have your battery bank. That is. Net metering will not work if there's no light. Once there is power, net metering works. Wow, because whatever you generate goes to the grid. So you get, you instead of a unidirectional meter, you will have a bidirectional meter. So it will register both import as well export. And at the end of the day, let's say example, if you are using 400 units in your house in a month and you get bill for that, right? And your solar generator from the rooftop generates 200 and gives 200 to the grid. So your bill will be only for 200 units. 400 minus 200. That is it. Right, man? What is the shortage will be varying from state to state. If we take national average, should be around, I think so, close to somewhere between 7 to 10%. But there is a big issue. There are so many huge areas which are still unelectrified in the country. So many of, let's say, Bihar, maybe half of the state is unelectrified. Orissa, maybe half of the state is unelectrified. Then so much of areas in this part of Andhra and so many states are still unelectrified. So many tribal areas you don't see power. So electrification has to take place now first. Then comes the issue of how much power availability is there, how much shortage is there. So in the areas where the power transmission system has not gone so far, that is already unelectrified. There these systems are the need of the hour because the transmission line system has to be laid and the cost is huge. Here in the villages, you could provide those solar systems and have mini grids there. So those schemes are also there. Government of India is promoting those schemes also. But in Punjab, there's an entire different scenario. We are fully electrified since 1971. We don't have any area which is unelectrified. So that's why we have that slightly shortage of issue. We have about the peak power shortages of around something like 7 to 8%.
So, any questions from the participants of Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic College, Udaipur?
No question, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Marudhar Engineering College, Bikaner. Any question regarding renewable energy certificate mechanism from Marudhar Engineering College, Bikaner? So, I don't think there is any question. No queries coming. College of Engineering and Technology, Bikaner. Any question from our expert? आपकी आवाज नहीं हाँ जी हेलो
No question.
नो क्वेश्चन गीतांजलि इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी उदयपुर एनी क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम द एक्सपर्ट हेलो एनी क्वेश्चंस प्लीज वी कैनॉट hear you any question from Gitanjali Institute of Technology Udaipur So we are not receiving any response from their side. We are not able to listen to you. Any questions from, I repeat, Gitanjali Institute of Technology, Udaipur? आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है.
No thanks.
Okay, thank you. Then Government Engineering College, Bikaner.
Can you hear me?
हाँ जी.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So I have one question to be asked for the experts. Uh, so when you are talking of a renewable energy certificate, this is a state entity or what is? Is it in India only or done anywhere else also?
It's a India level, country level, national level mechanism. And I had already told that there are similar mechanism in operating in Australia, UK, and some of the European countries also.
So is the sir carbon trading is still done or it has become
Carbon
obsolete?
trading, I don't think so is now so actively done because there are so many issues now happening because the prices have fallen way down. And secondly, there are other issues with the European Union due to the economic slump. And earlier, this was very active mechanism under which they used to buy the CRs from developing nations. But now, I don't think so. Any much activity is happening, and the exchanges seem to have closed down.
So when you're talking of costing, is there any specific value for it and a cost?
For what?
You just talk about renewable energy certificate. So there is some
Yeah,
payment.
I have already explained that there are pricing which is fixed by the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission. I showed you the prices, and for the current year, it is 9,300 rupees. That is the floor price for solar certificates, and 13,500 is the forbearance price. That is the upper circuit breaker. And similarly, prices for non-solar also I had shown in my slideshow.
Okay, so it needs to have some big entity or anyone can apply for this certificate, sir.
See, a
Just like
minimum capacity has to be
education
there.
issue.
Yeah, a minimum capacity. What I understand is has to be there. It has to be, I think, so 1 megawatt unit has to be there. But Government of India is thinking of lowering this also. And once it is lowered, I think so even smaller units can also come and get the benefit of REC mechanism.
Yeah. So the connection was lost.
Yeah. Should I? Did you get my
Yeah.
reply? Should I speak again?
Yeah, you can continue, sir. Thank you. Please continue, sir.
Yeah. So what I had shown in my slides was, if you had seen that, the solar solar REC price is lowest price is 9,300 rupees per per certificate, and 13,500 is the forbearance price. And for non-solar, it is 1,500 rupees per REC. That is the floor price, and 3,900 rupees, 3,300 rupees is the, I think so, forbearance price. In these, this is the highest and the lower circuit breakers. In between this, the price fixed by the exchanges depending upon the demand and supply.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Right, right, most welcome.
So I think there is no question from this side right now. Thank you so much, sir.
Any questions from participants? So, on behalf of all the participants and our institute, I thank Engineer MP Singh for sparing his valuable time out of his very busy schedule and highlighting the major aspects with regard to renewable energy certificate mechanism. It really enlightened us all, sir, and we are really enriched by your knowledge and expertise. Thank you so much. And now we are going to have a tea break for 20 minutes. Thereafter, we'll meet again for the next session. And I just want to announce that today after lunch at 2:15 we will have a valedictory session. Okay, then see you after 20 minutes, please. Thank you.
Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic, Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic College. अरे वो चुप हो गई तुम तो सारे गीतांजलि विद्या भवन विद्या भवन पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज
Good morning, everyone. I once again welcome all the participants from the nodal centers who have been connected for our short-term course on renewable energy-based technologies. That is Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic College, Udaipur, Marudhar Engineering College, Bikaner, College of Engineering and Technology, Bikaner, Gitanjali Institute of Technology, Udaipur, Government Engineering College, Bikaner, and the participants at our ETV studio. In this session, we are going to have a talk from Dr. Rohit Sharma, who has done a lot of work in the field of microbial biotechnology and in the field of biofuels. He has done his master's and PhD in the field of microbiology. He has worked as scientist at NIPER for 4 years, and thereafter he joined Punjab University as faculty in the microbial biotechnology department, and he is working there for more than last 10 years. He has done a lot of research in this area, and due to which he has done some innovation also in this area, and he has 6 patents to his credit. And moreover, he has 25 publications in international journals with high citation. So with his rich experience and expertise, I am sure all the participants will be very much benefited, and I request him to kindly take a session on aspects and potential of biofuel. Dr. Rohit Sharma, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sial, and welcome to all the participants of this program at NITR and other centers. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your kind words. I would like to share my experiences that I've encountered in the last few years of my work in the area of biocatalysis. I work in the area of biocatalysis, wherein we are using some microbially produced enzymes for transforming some chemical entities into high value commercials. And one of the aspects that we have been studying is the biofuels. We've used some microorganisms which have been isolated by my group in my laboratory. We produced enzymes from those microorganisms, used those enzymes for transforming some chemicals into biofuels. When I was asked by Madam to take up a topic which is a very fascinating topic for today, I will share with you my experiences, my research work, some of the basics on biofuels, the need to really have biofuels, and what in the research and development has happened in the last decade. I would take you through that journey. So the topic, as you can see, is aspects and potential of biofuel. Now, can we imagine life without fuel? No. The answer is very, very straight. How do we travel every day? It's an era of technology, and more we are getting technologically sound, more we are becoming, I would say, lethargic. We are more prone to not only using transport, we would say public transport. We are all owning four-wheelers, SUVs. Our requirement, hence our requirement for the fuel is ever increasing. As we can see the global scenario, all the nations of the world, beginning from the Western world, are after the fuel, aren't they? You can look at the happenings that have taken place in Kuwait, the things that have happened in Iraq, some other nations which are oil rich. You can see everybody wants to dominate them for the simple reason because there is an ever increasing demand for fuel. Now, that has prompted, because what we are talking about is a fuel which once used cannot be replenished, is exhausted forever. So the scientists have been thinking about alternatives for that fossil fuel, which is ever depleting because of the ever increasing requirements of human. That is the key reason why we have this buzzword today called as biofuels. This slide is showing you the biofuel life cycle. It's a very general life cycle. It starts from when we say feedback, what is the feedback? These are the natural resources which are existing. Those natural resources are transported to some setup which we call as biorefineries. What is done? That natural resource is transformed into something different from what it is presently available in. And that is processed, transformed, that's converted, and purified. Then it is transported for the distribution to you, me, all of us. What is biofuel? That's a question which comes to our mind. It is a fuel that contains energy from geologically recent carbon fixation. We all know what is carbon fixation. We've been talking about carbon fixation right from the times immemorial, I would say. Why? Because plants have been known to produce food. They are doing it. We as students in class 1 or 2 are talking about plants being the producers. We all know about how carbon fixation is happening, what is the carbon cycle like, and how the plant is smartly picking up some of the molecules which are existing in environment and transforming them into what we are calling as food. A very simple example is that of the photosynthesis. A very simple definition of photosynthesis states it's a photochemical oxidation and reduction reaction in which simpler substances like carbon dioxide and water are transformed into complex carbohydrates, the simplest one being C6H12O6, that's glucose, in the presence of sunlight and chlorophyll. So the definition is very simple. What does it tell us? That's the prime example of carbon fixation that's happening in nature. Now, is that all? No, that is not all. If you see, biofuel is also a gas, a solid, or a liquid derived from organic matter and fats, which is intended for nothing else but for using as an alternate for fossil fuels. We will talk about something more on the carbon also. And we all can locate from this small little discussion that biofuels are effectively going to be the realistic solution to ever depleting natural resources that we call as petroleum and petroleum products. The advantages, we will discuss many advantages. Just to begin with, we would say it's a simple, very simple liquid and is compatible with the traditional fuels. We've been talking about blending. I will discuss what is blending of the petro fuel. We are discussing that now, the initiatives of the past governments, even in India, overseas, and the new government. We will see. I have a news clipping which would show the recent things that have been taken up, initiatives that have been taken up by even the new government, which has come up in 2014. They have also given very big importance to biofuel, and rightly so, as the fuel products offer a number of technical advantages. What are the key advantages here? It's free of sulfur. Sulfur is one of the, I would say, a detrimental component, a recalcitrant which exists in fuels. When we say high efficiency fuel, petroleum, I think you people would be knowing it, that the industry looks for a process in petroleum purification where they look for desulfurizing the petroleum, because sulfur is one of the culprit elemental forms. It comes to us in the form of sulfur dioxide. So there is United States Environment Protection Agency has fixed up 50 ppm as the sulfur dioxide permissible levels. So you imagine if there is sulfur in that petroleum product, what is it going to do? In presence of oxygen, we will have sulfur dioxide. That's what is acting as a poison for human. This fuel is free of sulfur. And more than that, it is free of the aromatics, which again result in a lot of toxic acids. Then it has very good combustion properties. We will see it in the coming slides, that how good is it is for combustion. and it has a lower heat. We will discuss that also in the following slides. There are different types of biofuels. We know these names. Biodiesel gets a lot of prominence. Biogas is there. Ethanol, or what we call as bioethanol, is an effective biofuel. And then we have biomethanol. There is a, when we look at bioethanol and biomethanol, bioethanol, we all know very simply that it is produced by the fermentation of C6H12O6, that's glucose into C2H5 and OH plus carbon dioxide. We get that through so many, microbial systems. We produce it through that. And the starting material in most of the cases is inexpensive substrate. Along with that, ethanol becomes a very effective biofuel because it is one of the biofuels which can be blended into petrofuel. People have been talking about it, not only talking, we've been realistically been using it. You have countries like Brazil, which is one of the leading nations. You will see it in one of the slides. And it is leading nations with regard to the sugarcane production. And they have a huge amount of sugarcane which they are transforming into bioethanol. They are one of the leading nations, other than the United States, to have bioethanol being blended into petrol products, mainly gasoline. Then about some of the European nations, yes, they have also been moving into the blending of the petrol fuel with bioethanol and some other biofuels they have produced, and the blending is happening to between the percentages of 2.5% to 5% blend. Brazil is leading maybe 7.5%. We are talking of that. And in one of the news articles which I have in the end, our government has come up with an initiative where they say that we may go in for 10% blend. Presently, it is taller number, but realistically, if you look at it, yes, we would save a lot of foreign currency if I have some figures which are available for a nation, developing nation like ours, that is India. This is a very effective alternative. The government's initiative is brilliant, very good. And people working in the area of biofuel are very, very happy because it does two things in one go. One, it provides the farmer, the poor farmer, with good prices for sugarcane. The sugar industry for getting more money. And in the end, the petroleum industry saves a lot of money by blending because the cost of, I have some numbers for bioethanol, it's around 46 rupees a liter. They are buying it at around 44 rupees a liter. Those are the approximate numbers. And our petrol fuel is being sold, gasoline is being sold at around 72 rupees in Chandigarh, maybe 71 rupees, some 50 odd paisa per liter. And maybe it's more in Punjab or slightly lesser in Haryana, almost near to that number. So we place it at around 71 rupees. So with a blend of something which is produced, which is sellable, which is available at a selling price of around 46 rupees a liter, or for that matter 44 rupees a liter, the total price cost of the productivity comes down, and hence the market price of the fuel comes down. Also along with that, what is there? Now let's compare something on bioethanol and biomethanol. We would all say very straightforwardly, but methanol is easy to produce. It comes from wood. You can directly get it from wood. You do something, play with the wood and transform it into methanol. It's inexpensive. Get it for less money, slightly lesser money than even bioethanol. But there are issues when we talk of any automobile engine. When we are talking of gasoline, what it's operating on the basis of some compression that is happening on the liquid. We say that the liquid is compressed, then it is mixed with oxygen, and ignition happens. That's what is the basis of petrol run vehicles, unlike the diesel run vehicles, where both are happening separately. So bioethanol gets an edge in that. The bioethanol flashpoint is more positive as compared to biomethanol, though they are comparable. Within them, bioethanol goes ahead. And if you go back to literature, they would say there are some I would say, non-academic reasons for choice of ethanol. Some people say methanol is more toxic. We all know that it's more toxic. It can be, but it can be produced through nature. Starting material is natural. Now, going to what are the key issues with biofuels? It helps us provide that energy security which is all the time required because of the ever increasing oil prices. I just spoke about that. We can bring down, cut down the prices. Then, very importantly, it decreases the greenhouse gas emission. We, right from the beginning of science, we've been talking of greenhouse gases. There are gases which are produced post-ignition. We know what are greenhouse gases. What impact can they cause? We always say that there is something like thermal infrared that are produced. We get a heating effect at a place where there is massive emission of greenhouse gases. So these are fuels which cater to negligible exhaustion of greenhouse gases, primarily carbon dioxide, methane being another example. And as I said in my previous discussion, it promotes rural development. The substrates are coming from the rural world. All the substrates, the starting materials are coming from the rural world. Now, when we talk of biofuel, principally, the biofuels are divided into 4 different generations. The first generation biofuel, second generation biofuel, third generation biofuel, and then we have the 4th generation biofuel. Quickly, I'd like to discuss what are these biofuels. The first generation biofuels are involving, if you see, corn, cane, and maize. It also involves palm, soybeans, and rapeseed. I've divided into two segments. One is for ethanol, the other one is for biodiesel. There is a primary similarity between both of them. If you see corn, cane, and maize, and palm, soybeans, and rapeseed, what are we talking? We are talking of edible material, food. We are trying to work out food for every Indian, aren't we? We are trying to work out food for every individual living in this country. Not only this nation, everywhere. So these are food crops. But simple transformation of these food crops can result in biofuel generation. The primary reason why the first generation biofuels have massive disadvantages, which I'll come out very soon in the next slide. I'll quickly talk about the second generation. Made the scientists to shift to the second generation biofuels. Now, what are those second generation biofuels? We talk of grasses, cellulosic materials, some gasification. Also, we talk of something like jatropha. What are these? These are non-edible starting materials. First generation had edible starting material. Second generation has non-edible starting material. And the third generation is coming from the microbial world, from the biomass. Algae being one of the leaders. Biodiesel produced through some non-edible oils also contributing to that. You will see it in my following slides. Now this is what I said about the first generation biofuels. You have all the edible materials in this conventional technology. Now, if we look at a very simple example of a developing nation like India, we are already short of vegetable oil requirements of the nation. We're already short. So it would not be a feasible technology to have the first generation biofuel being produced here because we cannot afford in bulk use that vegetable oil for transforming it into a biofuel. Then, even if we look at the food crops, we are looking at the food security, aren't we? We are looking at that. We want every human to have food every day. So taking into account, we cannot have edible crops being used for biofuel production. That's the key reason why there was a shift towards other types of fuels. These are the examples. And another key feature, even if you produce it, there is an issue with regard to the conversion efficiency of the transformation. There is a biological transformation which is happening. That biological transformation produces, as per the numbers calculated on absolute values, the transformation efficiency is less. And also, you are looking for, when it's being talked in bulk, the per hectare transformation is also less. Hence, the cost becomes more, which is unaffordable. This is just giving us some more examples of the first generation biofuels. These are edible feedstocks. I've already shared that with you. This is the first generation production scheme. Sunlight is used. That's what I said. Photosynthesis happens. Food is produced using a green pigment called chlorophyll, transformed into material. That material is further transformed into a fuel and used for different vehicles. Then came the era of the second generation biofuel. As I said, these come from woody crops and grasses. That means the starting material seems to be something like cellulose, something like lignin or lignocellulosic wastes. We're talking of grasses. There is a big advantage of this. Why? Because they are not directly edible. They cannot be served as food for you. So they are more accessible for such transformations. Along with that, there are effective crops which are sown for the reasons of simple land protection. They are not there for consumption. Jatropha wheat, one living example. It's a plant which is not giving an oil which is edible. It's a plant which protects the soil erosion. It's a plant which is not even eaten by the grazing animals. These are the three key features which this plant has. And the fourth one is it can act as protectant for the field crop also. Imagine, field crop means you've sown something which is edible. At the periphery of that field, you sow something like this, which is not grazed by animals. There is nothing which can be extracted out for human consumption directly. Binds the soil. All three features are happening. So that comes under this second generation biofuel. And it has resulted in some of the good processes which have been developed, which are in a particular phase of being transferred to human. Transferred to human means that they are going to be used by human in the vehicles. Now, so if we summarize the second generation biofuels, low cost resources, but there is a need for an efficient technology. That's what people are trying to look at in biofuels. People are looking for good technologies which can help them get them low transformation, high transformation in low cost, so that the selling price is low. Also, if you look at such biofuels, they are not going to be used in a pure form. They can be used, but they are not going to be used in a pure form right at the beginning. They are going to be blended with the petrol products. You will see it in the following slides. This is what is the summary of your second generation biofuels. It comes from all types of materials: food waste, farm slurry, chicken litter, even waste wood. There is an improved conversion technology, that is more conversion of the substrate to the end product. Substrate is variable, but the end product is common in all cases. And it is much better than the first generation biofuels. Now, what are the third generation biofuels? As I said, biomass forms the third generation biofuel. Biomass means we are cultivating some material which has a huge potential to provide us some molecule or molecules from its within, which can effectively be used as a process fuel. A very good example is algal biofuels. We all know algae has a massive potential. It has the capability to photosynthesize. It has the capability, we will see in some of the advantages, that it has the potential to act as a biofactory in itself. It uses industrial waste. Carbon dioxide, which is produced as a unwanted product from some of the industries. This can be transformed in the presence of sunlight into effectively some molecules. We are looking for the oils. Oils would come from the lipidic components that would propagate inside the algae and use it as an effective fuel, which is nothing else but called as a algal biofuel. Then is the fourth generation biofuels. Third generation and the fourth generation fall in the newer types of biofuels. And fourth generation biofuels come from the genetically engineered crops, where the productivity is very high. The amount of, we would say, that's plant is nothing else but biomass, massive biomass being produced and being transformed. It is also very important for us to know, in the beginning I said that biofuel has something to do with the carbon fixation. Here we are talking of carbon dioxide sequestration. What are we doing? We are fixing the atmospheric carbon. Starting from the first generation biofuel, coming down to the fourth generation biofuel. The first to the third generation biofuels, they are termed as carbon neutral biofuels. That means they are neither adding nor subtracting the carbon in nature, which is a big positive. Unlike the petrofuels, they are adding carbon all the time. We have the soot from the exhaust of any vehicle. A black soot comes out of it. It's nothing else but carbon along with so many other gases mixed together, isn't it? But the fourth generation biofuels are carbon negative. That's the biggest advantage. We say carbon positive. We're talking of biofuels, carbon neutral, first to third generation, and the fourth generation becomes, it is picking up something from the atmosphere and fixing it and making it carbon negative. That's the biggest advantage of the fourth generation biofuels, because you would not have anything. This is a summary of all the four. You're talking of biofuels produced from food crops, not acceptable because of the reasons, very simple and straight. Using some vegetable crops, using some edible material, using some animals even which are edible. Moving to the second generation biofuels, coming from non-food crops. Then moving to the third generation, starting of the genetically modified materials, and along with that, excessive biomass from things like algae. First three generations fall into the carbon neutral generation. And the fourth one is a carbon negative biofuel. This is a summary of the whole cycle. This is a complete cycle in itself. You can see the process happening there. You can see that how natural materials are being taken up by the life forms. How do we have a pointer? which is optical one. So if you look at this, here it is a power plant. That's what I had shown in one of my slides. You have some of the exhaust moving out. Where is it moving? It's moving to the inlet of acting as a substrate for algae. It's a mat of algae which has come up here, and you have simply a God's gift called as sunlight, which is transformed into an effective material, which later on we would see gives some oils, and those oils are effectively being transformed into biofuels. We will see that very soon. There are other types of things that are happening from the field, from the farm to the industry. You are transforming, picking up some materials, getting them from nature, growing them in nature, moving them from there into the end user point, which is nothing else but simply tailor making the nature into a biofuel. It's a mat which has been formed. It's a summary of the whole show. Now this is the global biofuel production. These are all the leading nations. As I said, the United States leads the show, and the Brazilians are very close. The reason the United States is working in all areas of biofuels, ranging from first generation, they can afford it. There are reasons. If you talk of the first generation biofuel, you're talking of something like corn and maize. They have corn and maize belts, maize belt existing in Illinois. It's a huge belt of maize. They can afford to transform that into bioethanol. And similarly, you look at Brazil providing you something around 22%. Brazil is effectively looking at bioethanol. Huge quantity of sugarcane being grown. That sugar being transformed into bioethanol, and bioethanol being blended in the petroleum fuel, petro fuel, and effectively being used in automobiles. And then are the rest of the nations, with a couple of nations like Germany and France from Europe doing something more than other nations. But if you see this pie chart, it shows a massive lead for both the Americans. You have the North America, and you have one country in South America contributing to almost 2/3 of the world's biofuel production. This is the biofuel production by regions. If you cut the globe across different regions, in North America, Latin America, Europe, Asia Pacific, and Middle East. Asia Pacific leads in this. This is on the basis of CAGR, which is compounded annual growth rate. These are the major, then one of the key components that has been making the news, that has been effectively being tried, and in some of the cases has been very effectively being achieved also, is the biodiesel. These are the different types of oils which have been used for transforming this oil into effective biofuel, with soybean oil leading the show. The reason again being, if we talk of a nation like ours, we would not be capable of using that huge quantity of soybean for transforming it into fuel called a biofuel. Yes, the nations in the West are doing it effectively. We are locating something like tallow. We are locating like something which is falling in the category of the others, wherein we talk of something like jatropha. Sometimes we talk of karanj. Sometimes we are talking of the beef, a pig tallow. Sometimes we are even talking about used oils, used vegetable oils, recycling that. This is the a very recent report on the world biofuel production. And you see, there is a component which has started. When we see the blue, we have ethanol. Oh my God, this is too sensitive. Ethanol 2003, and you see a massive shift for ethanol in 2030. And same is true for biodiesel. There is a huge shift upward trend. In the numbers, though in the y-axis are showing very small numbers, but these are million tons oil equivalents. So you see there is a massive upward trend in the production of biofuels right across the globe, though rest of the world falls far behind others. This is a comparative chart of how the other types of low cost technologies have, you know, shown their trends in the last almost a decade. We are talking of the solar photovoltaics, we're talking of the wind power being trapped into energy. Then we have the biofuels. You see, they're up to the year 2009, maybe even 2010. There had been a positive upsurge of the solar and the wind power. But 2011 on till now, there has been a massive upsurge of the biofuels. And the numbers are all $1 billion. Now, what are the key properties of the biofuels? What do we try to look at? How do we really try to work on it? Flashpoint being one of the key features which one tries to look at in biofuels. You see, these are the numbers for hydrogen, methane, propane, gasoline, and methanol. We are locating a high flash point for the fuel. That will be effective. Now, moving to the historical part of biodiesel, which is one of the areas which people have been focusing in the last over a decade and more. It's a very old story about diesel. We all know about the great Rudolf Diesel, who made the first diesel engine. Ever since that time, we've been talking about alternatives for the fossil fuels. And now the time has come when people started talking about using some vegetable oils for transforming. I've told you the reasons why vegetable oils have not been the preferred sources for biodiesel. Now, what if those sources cannot be used? Then what to do? From where to produce it? So people have tried different sources, starting from soya, canola, corn, cotton, jatropha, and used cooking oil byproducts, because once you cook a material, oil, there can be oil and some of the fatty acids also along with that oil in the used oil. And two other things, beef tallow and lard. Lard oil comes from pig. These are certain things which are thrown, which are a waste otherwise. Now, what is the effective mechanism of production of biodiesel biologically? There have been two processes which people have been using for producing biodiesel. People have been using the oil, and people have been adding a very small alcohol called methanol and transestarifying the oil into other esters. We all know the basic definition of transesterification. It is transforming one ester into another. Oil is nothing else but it's called as a triglyceride. It has 3 esterified bonds in it. What do? We pick up a small molecule, a very water-like molecule, which has a low density. We use methanol, CH3OH. People initially tried using chemicals, simple alkaline conditions they used to create, using sodium hydroxide or potassium hydroxide. Potassium hydroxide being preferred over even sodium hydroxide. Transforming this triglyceride into something which has been technically known as FAME, F-A-M-E, that is fatty acid methyl esters. And with one byproduct called as glycerol. So this was the chemically done process wherein people used a triglyceride or the oil, used some quantity of an alcohol, transformed this ester into another ester, which is called as FAME, fatty acid methyl ester, along with the production of glycerol. Now that was chemical process. Now what people have come up with is a biological process. I'll just come back to this. Before that, this is what I am talking. You have a triglyceride here. If you see this, this is a triglyceride, which is a oil. Now, methanol has been used with it. Yeah, methanol has been used here, and a catalyst has been mentioned, and this catalyst results in production of what I am terming as fatty acid methyl esters and glycerol. Now, when we talk of this FAME, this is what we term as biodiesel. Fatty acid methyl esters produced during this process is what is termed as biodiesel. You carry out the extraction of this fatty acid methyl esters, and that's used as pure biodiesel. Now, as I said, people have been using potassium hydroxide, creating some conditions and transforming the oils into FAME. But that was not that effective a process, I would say. The reasons being very strict. The corrosivity of the end product, the downstream mechanism of the end product. Yes, the process efficiency worked in favor of it, but with a lot of disadvantages, as most of the times we have with the chemical processes. Same was true here also. So people started looking at alternatives. Those alternatives which could produce a material which is same and similar, I would say, with good amount of efficiency, with no byproducts, with no side reactions, easy downstream, low cost, high productivity. With that intent, people started looking at biocatalysts instead of simple catalysts. Biologically produced catalysts. These catalysts were produced from microbial systems. That is, microorganisms were used for producing enzymes. And one of the key biocatalysts used for transforming the triglyceride, carrying out this transesterification, is called as lipase. I think you've heard about this enzyme, lipase. Lipase is nothing else but it is a triacyl glycerol acyl hydrolase. It falls in group 3 of the classification enzymes, EC 3.1.3. 3.1.1.3. So it is one of the enzymes which has the potential to work at the interface of the reaction. Let us visualize this reaction and see what is actually happening in this biocatalysis. Oil is water immiscible. The enzyme is lying in a phase which is water-like. So how do you bring them both in the same phase? For any catalysis to happen, the phase similarity has to happen. Otherwise, what will happen? You start, any reaction. They'll be in two different phases. Where do they act? How do they act? How do they transform? Because a simple enzymatic reaction is nothing else but you have an enzyme, a substrate, an enzyme-substrate complex is formed, and product and enzyme are separated from each other. I hope you know that reaction. For an enzyme to transform the substrate and substrate to get transformed using that enzyme, they have to come in contact. The best fit has to happen. It has to go and fit into that pocket to transform the molecule. Here we are talking of them being in two different phases. But this enzyme is a smart enzyme. It has the capability of working at the interface. Its catalytic triad comes into act the moment it finds the signal of the interface. That phenomenon is called as interfacial activation. That's the key reason why this enzyme has, in the market is very expensive an enzyme. And people are locating this enzyme from different microbial sources because those are some of the inexpensive methods of producing such an enzyme. And it has been successfully done by different people. My group is one of them. We have patented this technology. We have published some part of this technology. We have very effective product coming from this technology. We have authenticated the different, it is not only, now we see the key features in this starting material in the product. When we talk of an oil, we are talking of multiple esters being there. When you are talking of multiple esters, if you see these chromatographs which have been shown here, there are different types of end products that will be formed post transesterification. What will happen? It will be transformed, some free fatty acids will be generated. Those free fatty acids along with an alcohol will again be re-esterified, and you would get those FAME. You would get that fatty acid methyl esters. They would be different because it is a combination of esters. So we have tried to even identify some of those esters which are potentially available in this particular product and some which are beneficial for the engine of the automobile, because each one would carry its own efficiency, would have a different efficiency. So we're trying to authenticate those products also. We've done some more work, even identifying those products using high performance liquid chromatography, authenticating those products using liquid chromatography mass spectrometry, authenticating those products using gas chromatography mass spectrometry. So we've tried to work on all the analysis, tried to find out the efficiency of the process, tried to locate what are the different types of esters that can be formed and have been formed through such mechanisms of biocatalysis. And this FAME is, you can say, used as the pure biodiesel. You can blend it across into different ratios with the petrofuel. It can be blended. I'll show you the blending. What is blending? Now, some of the advantages. It is simple to make and can be produced from waste vegetable oil, non-hazardous, no byproducts, no fillers, burns very efficiently. That's one of the keys. High flash point, sufficient lubricity, which is essentially required. Can be blended in any ratio with the biodiesel. When you talk of diesel, you can with the petrodiesel. I'm sorry, and it is renewable. Domestically, can be produced. Now that is about biodiesel. Now, another important thing which I had discussed as the third generation biofuel is yet another type of biomass. Transesterification caused through biocatalysis was one of the significant features that comes at the interface of the second and the third generation biofuel. The shift towards the third generation biofuel happens the moment we talk about algal material or algal biomass being used for biofuel production. This is the algae market 2020, a future aspect. It's an ever increasing market. We would see the significance, we would see the reasons. I have some slides to support those reasons, that how it is there is an upward trend towards the third generation biofuel. I spoke about carbon being fixed. You saw a power plant producing carbon dioxide as an exhaust. We know carbon dioxide being a very, very strong greenhouse gas. These are the massive potential to produce that thermal infrared condition. It has the massive potential to absorb the heat which is coming from the natural source. But this small little microorganism called algae has the potential to utilize that carbon dioxide, transform it into food using nothing else but the natural source called sunlight. This is the algal biofuel forecast. This is based on the producer milestones. People have been talking about a few billion gallons per year being produced. Microalgae is a very, very good source of biofuels. It grows very fast. That is, the generation time is very small. Huge biomass can be produced. Mats can be created. And these happen in wastewaters. Sometimes, which human feels, the area is inaccessible for human. You can utilize that for cultivating such things. There are no food concerns, as we discussed in the case of the first generation biofuel. No food concern. It is a wealth from waste. Now, apart from that, as is in the case of biofuels, almost negligible emissions. Instead of that, no emission is happening. On the contrary, it is utilizing something which acts as a actual component of global warming, carbon dioxide being one of them. Gas which is responsible for really creating an upsurge in the ever increasing temperature of the earth. So now, yes, there are issues when we talk of any positive. Certain negatives are associated with every technology in its production. The key issue being the scale up of the algal production. Key issue. But people have found ways and methods of cultivating the algae. Why? Because algae would require some amount of light energy throughout for its cultivation. The moment you provide that dark phase, something may go off. So people have come up with very effective photobioreactors, which are providing that photonic energy at a constant flow throughout, trapping some solar energy, keeping that intact, and providing that energy to the microbial system so that there is no drop in its cultivation, no drop in its increasing biomass. This is how it goes. It's just a summary of what I'm speaking. Cultivation is done. You see, very simple, water and nutrients available in nature are used. Light and carbon dioxide being one of the keys. You can see carbon dioxide coming from a power station. Algal biomass is produced, biomass is recovered, and then biomass is extracted. For what? You bring it out for oil. And I will show you in a table which is going to follow this, that the amount of oil is much higher as compared to the oil coming from the seeds of different plants. So the potential is existing, massive potential is existing, because the extraction efficiency of majority of the oils ranges between 30 to 40%, sometimes even poorer, even 20%. You would see, where is it for algae? It's huge. There is a massive difference between the plant oils and the algal oil, which is used for biodiesel production. These are some of the algal strains which have the capability to produce biofuels. Some of the names, spirulina is one of the common ones. Botrycoccus brownie, it's a brilliant algae. This is an algae which is presently under the focus of the scientists. People have been focusing this. I've also done some work on this in collaboration with some overseas laboratory. Because the simple reason being, this Botrycoccus brownie has a massive amount of hydrocarbon content. We will see it in this slide. That means that hydrocarbon, it's a combination of hydrocarbons which is existing, and it has more than majority of these strains are producing more than 60 to 65% in percentage of its body weight. The content of its body weight, total weight of its body weight percentage, if we calculate, is over 60 to 65% is hydrocarbons. We just need to tailor make those hydrocarbons for using them as effective biofuels. It's a combination of hydrocarbons. I have a publication in CRB, in which we have tried to elucidate different types of hydrocarbons which are available, produced by Botrycoccus brownie. This is what I was saying. You see the oil content. Botrycoccus brownie leads it, 31 to 68%. This is its dry weight. You can well imagine. The percentage is huge. That means approximately three-fourths of its total weight is hydrocarbon content. So what are we trying to talk? We are talking of hydrocarbons only when we talk of petroleum and petroleum products. We are talking of that only. We cause that fractional distillation to happen. We always talk about alkanes, alkenes, and alkynes in them, don't we? We do that. Same is lying here, available in nature. Just the mechanism of cultivation is what one needs to really look at. And you can see for all other algae also, there is a huge amount of oil, which I was saying that is, as compared to the plant oils, coming from the seeds, is much, much more. Now, in the oils, as I said, when I showed you the authentication of the products, when I talked about producing the biodiesel, I talked about the material being transformed into some different types of esters which form the part of the fatty acid methyl esters called as FAMES. It's very imperative for one to know what type of esters are arising. It will be very simple for us to know if we have located the type of fatty acids which are existing, because those fatty acids are going to be transformed into esters in the biofuel. So this is what we have in the algal, biomass, which is already available. You have palmitic acid, you have stearic acid, oleic, linoleic acid. All of them would independently, individually transform into, if I add CH3, OH to this, what will happen? It will become methyl palmitate, methyl stearate, methyl oleate. These are the ones which will be the part of your fatty acid methyl ester, which is nothing else but biodiesel. This is what I was talking as compared to the seeds of the plants. You can see I've listed down so many of them. If you see gallons per acre per year, how much does it produce? The highest being produced by palm oil, I'm sorry, it should be PLM. And after that is the algae, and you see, where is it? 5,000 to 20,000 gallons per acre per year. So it is almost 7 to 8-fold more if you look at the minimum quantities than the leading one, that's coconut. And we cannot afford to use the coconut oil for producing biofuel. It's a food of major population, one of the segments of the, not only India, overseas also. India is one of the, deep down south, that's a food of the people there. And the cost of productivity would be also very high. As I said in the beginning, I come to a slide which is talking about, this is the recent, it's I think 2 weeks ago, which was published in the Tribune. That this is the initiative, as I said, the initiative of the new government is brilliant. They are talking of ethanol blended petrol, and they've tried to calculate the amount of money that the country would be saving. It's 18,000 crores per year. And that's all in the foreign exchange. This is the news which is clearly stating, sources revealed that our Honorable Prime Minister at the recent meeting asked Cabinet Secretary Mr. Ajit Seth to meet Petroleum Ministry and Food Department officials to expedite the process of ethanol blending with petrol. And if you see this, here we are talking of 10% blend of petrol, diesel with bioethanol. And if you see it carefully, the industry started it, the initiative started in November 2012. The government had a target of 5%, 2012. And we reached 1.37%. That's what has been shown. 1.37% of blending of bioethanol in petroleum product has been done. So we have to raise that level to 10%. Once we do that, you can see we save 18,000 crores for our nation. That's the importance of a biofuel. So in the conclusion, yes, I have discussed in my presentation both the opportunities and the risks. And the results would all depend on country and its policies. The policies have been and are for biofuel in our nation. Developing countries and international organizations have to commit themselves. Yes, food security is an important issue. On the other hand, producing a good high amount of environment-friendly fuel is another issue which needs to be addressed. Massive investment in research and development is required, and third generation should take up, should show an upsurge, because that would create a very comfortable zone for our generations to come. Thank you very much. I would like to entertain, yeah. Biofuel production. I talked about biofuel production. Different, yeah. Right. No, that's the third generation. Fourth generation talks about the genetically modified microorganisms. There was a reason for you want to, yeah, I want to listen to your complete question. So you just wanted to know which one is the fourth generation? Carbon dioxide sequestration is what we carry out. Yes, carbon negative. You're fixing that atmospheric carbon into assimilable forms of the life forms through microorganisms which have not only microorganisms, even other life forms like plants and animals. Yes. The biodiesel which I discussed, the process which I showed, I have not shown the name of the microorganism which has produced the biocatalyst. That's a bacteria. My group is focusing only on bacteria. I have isolated a large number of bacteria in my laboratory. Those bacteria have produced biocatalysts which are specific and selective. Specific biocatalyst for transforming the triglyceride through the reaction called transesterification for achieving fatty acid methyl esters has been done in my laboratory using a biocatalyst coming from a microbial source only, which is nothing else but a fast growing bacteria. directly. Yeah. Yes, microbial fuel cells is what my group has started working on. So we are using organic waste. We have recently given a proposal to Government of India, sent it to Government of India very recently. And one of the effective programs which I am undertaking, I have a collaboration with a Norwegian lab. So we'll be putting up a big proposal into that also. One proposal has already gone. So under that, we are transforming organic waste into through the microorganism, preferentially consortia of bacteria, transforming them into small quantity of electricity, then scale it up to generate electricity through waste which is coming out from household. So yes, directly you can create that bioelectricity from organic waste of houses. My group has already started that work. Presently, large number of groups. If you look at it on the internet, you would find a large number of groups working on that, on microbial fuel cells, with very little success. We could look at only a few companies which are using their own company wastes for generating electricity for some segment of their company only. So it has not come up in a bigger form and fashion the way wind and water energy has been used, like hydroelectricity. There are issues. People start cribbing about creating dams when you talk of hydroelectricity. Here we are trying to focus on household waste, because household waste is being added to larger water bodies. So we are focusing that part so that we can use that organic waste and transform that into bioelectricity. Going back to your question of its success, yes, the laboratory scale studies of different groups have shown something, but nothing on the scaled up processes have actually been reported. The couple of companies which I could look at in the United States, 2 or 3 of them, are making bioelectricity, but using it for their own small little consumption. Yes, no, not 20. It's more than that, much more than that. Yes, my survey is very recent. There are around all the IITs in India, a lot of IITs in India, and a lot of institutions overseas are trying to make it, and it will be a very effective bioenergy one day. It is my feeling that it will be a very effective. It's not 20 institutes; it's much more than that. Lot of group. Pardon? Okay. Uh, yeah, India is not existing. You are right, but India would soon exist in it. India would soon exist in it. I am very sure about it. Your information is very old. I am telling you, some of the IITs are already. IIT Kharagpur is already into microbial fuel cells. Our IITs have taken the lead, and so are the universities. I am working in a university only, and we developed. We don't have a POC at the moment. We developed a small model, which we actually felt we wrote some document, then tried to see what actually it would look like, then tried to, through that model, using small miniatures, tried to see actually that process happens. I tell you, only a bench scale experiment showed us that yes, the signals were positive. It's only an effort which needs to be made, and it will be a very inexpensive production of electricity. We are presently getting the electricity at around 5 to 7 rupees the unit in different states. There are different rates. No. I'm saying presently the electricity which we are getting as a supply through this technique, it will be very, very inexpensive. Very inexpensive. You're using waste which is coming out of the houses and being dumped and thrown. There is no space to throw that. People are incinerating that, aren't they? They are incinerating, burning that, adding to the environmental pollution, in fact. Any other question? About? Site about? If you could see, my slides are from different sites. The data has been generated because once you open one site, then you can you have we have the Ministry of Non-Renewable Energy Resources, and yes, they have some data in that. You would get some reports, you would get some policies in India also that are being followed. Then globally, huge amount of things are available. There are some NGOs in India. There are some organizations, private organizations, which are working on biofuels. Some centered at Delhi even are working in that, and they have good websites which are having good links, uh, web links at different institutions. So you can get hyperlinks are existing. Even once you open one site, hyperlink is existing. You can really connect it further to different things. So I've compiled the data from different places because that is something. Some of the reports are 2014 reports, so very recent. So my data was all 2012 to 2014, so it's almost very updated. Any other question?
Any question from the different nodal centers? ETRI Polytechnic, Udaipur.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. There is no question. Thank you.
Marudhar Engineering College, Bikaner. Then College of Engineering and Technology, Bikaner.
No question, ma'am.
Ranjini Technology, Udaipur. Government Engineering College, Bikaner.
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon,
I have
sir.
one question, one general question I want to ask you, sir.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah. So I just want to ask that so many research has been going on edible oil, right? For biofuel, right? We are
Right,
using
right, right,
edible
right.
oil and
Go
other
ahead, go
value
ahead with
added.
your question. Yeah, go ahead with your
Yeah.
question.
Yeah. So just like I just want to know that these are all edible products and are having a good market value. So what is the sense of doing research in the field of biofuel for this?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You missed maybe my work. I've shown that we have done trans esterification using absolutely non-edible oil called the Jatropha oil. It has been one of the focus oils of Government of India. Jatropha and Karanj have been the lead oils because these are highly non-edible oils. So in India, you are absolutely right. We cannot afford to use vegetable crops. We cannot have the first generation biofuels in India. Our fuel, if we go by the vegetable oil consumption in India, we are already short by 10 to 15% of the vegetable oil. So the focus of the work in our nation has been non-edible oils, and the work which I showed that has been done in my own laboratory, and there are a lot of other laboratories in the country also, has been focused primarily on non-edible oils, and Jatropha being one of the lead oils. Sir, thank you.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Now one more
Yes.
question should I ask?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
So right now, did you find any price difference while working on Karanja and
Yes,
Jatropha?
yes, yes. This is very presently it is highly inexpensive. Yes, there is a massive price difference. If you heard my initial part of my presentation, I very clearly stated that when you talk of, we'll talk about two biofuels here. I said when India is talking about blending say around 10% of bioethanol in the gasoline or petroleum products. Um, if you see that report, it is there in my presentation, which tells that we would be saving huge amount of money. The reason being very simple and straight, because the bioethanol is going to cost around 46 rupees a liter, and they are buying it at around 44 rupees a liter, and you are blending 10%. Even if it is bought at 46 rupees a liter, you're blending it with something like gasoline, which is available at 71 or 72 rupees a liter. So you are bringing down the cost. One. Second, if you are talking of biodiesel, you are producing it through inexpensive, highly non-edible oil like jatropha, which has a yeah, the extraction efficiency is around 27 to 30% from the seeds. Even if we keep it at 25%, the cost is much lesser as compared to the petrodiesel, which is available at around 50 rupees a liter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
So if there are not any other questions, I would like to thank our expert, Dr. Rohit Sharma, who has spared his valuable time out of his busy engagement. Especially today, he has been assigned special duty, but still he could make it, and we are really grateful to him. And also for highlighting the various features of biofuel, that is basics of biofuel, its opportunities and risks, diesel feedstocks and sources, biofuel production, key properties of biofuels, the advantages and processes to produce biodiesel, significant aspects of algal biodiesel, its potential, and also regarding the latest research areas with regard to biofuels. We are really enriched by his illuminating talk, and I am sure that all of our participants get, go, has also obtained a very informative information, very rich information in the field of biofuel. So thank you so much. And I'll just want to make another announcement that we are going to meet again at 2:15 for our valedictory function. I'll just repeat. Sawa do baje will come together here for our course feedback and valediction. Thank you so much. आपकी
उन्होंने तो सवा दो बोला था आने के लिए और इस फाइल में अगर फाइल पहले की लगी है क्या इसमें नहीं लिखी लिस्ट नहीं है इसमें लिस्ट नहीं है बच्चे चले जाते नॉर्मल टाइम ये तो खा के गया अच्छा हमें सुनना मत दिल्ली आने के लिए मुर्गा ज्यादा ठीक है पंजाब में तो अच्छा अमृतसर से आती है अमृतसर पाऊंगे 5:15 बजे यहाँ से दिल्ली से मथुरा के समय मिलेगी एक पंजाब उसके अलावा दिल्ली डेली का नहीं है क्या मंगला है काम के समय है और नौकरी किए तो वहाँ बारह इसलिए मेंटेन फिर वहाँ नासिक का पहुँचे के बाद खाने नासिक के समय खाने 4 बजे रामापी सुबह वहाँ बहुत मौसम ठंडा नहीं वहाँ बहुत ठंडा है नासिक जिला में तो और ठंडा है बारिश ही बारिश है वापसी का भी देखो वापसी ठीक है मथुरा के लिए नहीं दिल्ली मथुरा से आ जाएंगे दिल्ली आओ दिल्ली से मथुरा की 3 घंटे का रास्ता है दिल्ली आओ तो बस से आओ पहुँचेंगे या ट्रेन से आओ तो दिल्ली अलीगढ़ तो है लेकिन अलीगढ़ वो है तो नहीं
अब वहाँ पे बात समझे ये और अब
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome all the participants in the valedictory session of the short-term course on renewable energy-based technologies, which commenced on 25th of August and is going to be concluded today, that is on 29th August 2014. And at present, we are connected to 5 nodal centers, and there are 17 participants who are participating in this course at our ETV studio at NITR Chandigarh. During the various sessions of this STC, some very significant aspects in context of renewable energy based technologies as well as energy efficiency issues have been discussed by the experts from industry, organizations and universities working in the area of renewable energy sources and faculty from our institute. I hope that the participants had a good learning experience during this week regarding alternate energy resources. In this session, we would like to have feedback regarding this training program from the participants of various nodal centers and the participants who have attended this program at our institute. We would, although Professor Sani was supposed to join us in this valedictory session, that is Professor and Head of the Rural Development Department, but suddenly an important meeting has come up and he is attending that, and as soon as he is going to be finish that meeting, he might join us in between this valedictory session. So since you all are waiting for this your valedictory session, so we have just initiated this session, and I would request the local coordinators at the various nodal centers to kindly give their feedback regarding this training program. So first of all, I'll request the local coordinator from Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic College, Udaipur, to kindly give their feedback regarding this course. From VBRI Polytechnic, Udaipur, so some problem is there, so we'll come to their center later on. From Marudhar Engineering College, Bikaner, so I'll request the local coordinator as well as guests of honor in the valedictory session to kindly provide their valuable comments and suggestions regarding this training program.
Hello, good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
It has been a very useful session. Uh, Renewable energy technology, it is a very burning field in which our faculty and some of our students have been benefited to a great extent, and we are thankful to NITRR for arranging such a nice course, and we hope in future also you will continue arranging such programs so that the students and faculty get benefited out of it. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you so much. Uh, any feedback from any other participant also from your center?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, I'm Hemant Kaushik, Assistant
Anji.
Professor. We are very thankful to NITRR for organizing such a event, and I hope we will get a further association in such kind of events. And the topics which you covered, I think these are very knowledgeable to us. And in last, I would like to say thanks once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just like to confirm, आपने पहले दिन कहा था they are going, 40 participants are going to attend this course from the center. I just want to verify, is the number stands the same? Around 40 participants from your center attended this course?
Uh, Madam, around 45 candidates have participated, ma'am. Around 45.
Okay, thank you so much. So, I'll move to the next center, that is College of Engineering and Technology, Bikaner. Acha, some problem is there with the connectivity, so I'll move to Gitanjali Institute of Technology, Udaipur. I'll request the local coordinator.
Hmm? Hello.
A technical person just checking there is some problem of audio.
Hello, Gitanjali. Hello. Hello, Gitanjali Institute. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Now am I audible?
Yes.
So I welcome back all the centers in this session, and I request the local coordinator from Gitanjali Institute of Technology, Professor Vishnu Agarwal, and his guest of honor and other participants to kindly provide their feedback regarding the learning experiences during this short-term course, and also number of participants who attended this course. I would like to know about that. Hello, please give your comments regarding this course.
Hello.
हेलो
Yes, madam.
हाँ जी आप कोर्स के बारे में
Madam, madam, we have total 25 participants from various streams. Uh, this topic is very demanding in today's scenario because our conventional sources are regularly exhausting. So after 50, 60 years, there is no conventional source. So after 20, 50 years, we have to go on these sources, renewable energy sources, because these are the freely available sources in the world. So this is very useful for our faculty. So faculty will be aware from this topic and plan for the future. Madam, we also have with us our guest, Dr. Mr. Ashok Morwal, which is previously working in IT company. He's a SAP consultant. Um, he worked as a he worked as a general manager in Binani Industries Limited, Mumbai, and presently he is working in SAP project as a freelancer. He also worked as a SAP consultant in India and abroad, like South Africa and USA. So I hand over to mic to Mr. Ashok Morwal so that they will give something knowledge about the renewable energy. Sir.
Thank you very much, Vishnu. And I would like to thank for organizing this kind of a valuable workshops in our college. And this will definitely will benefit all the faculties, and they will further communicate this particular program motto to all of the students, and then it will be go throughout. So this is very thankful and very great approach to have this kind of a seminars and a workshops in our college. And definitely there is a utility of renewable energy sources, and because as Vishnu sir told that conventional sources will definitely will go beyond our range after some of the years, and definitely we have to rely and we have to work with only unconventional sources of energy. So, but the approach for using the unconventional source of energy, that should be very much correct, and we should not go for just to have unconventional sources like I have seen in so many industries, like they are using a solar panel with a battery to light a LED lamp in night time. Okay, but at the same time in offices, they are using a conventional sources, means power coming from the RACB or a state electricity board. And though there is a available energy of a solar, but that energy is stored in the battery and that is utilized in the night time, not to be utilized in the daytime in the offices. But definitely that is what my concept is. It's to just go in a very effective manner, so as to have a very good utilization of a conventional sources of energy. And definitely by using only conventional, our future generation will thanks us that okay, we have utilized our maximum mind and effort to save the earth's energy. So thank you very much, and I'll give this mic to Mr. Vishnu. Thanks.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much. Now, for the views expressed by the local coordinator as well as guest of honor, Mr. Ashok from Gitanjali Institute of Technology regarding this training program. So I'll move to Marudhar Engineering College. Is it connected? Kindly provide your Anji Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic College, please provide your feedback.
So, we thank you, madam, for including our institute for this course, and I hope the participants are highly motivated by this. I would like to add that as far as the renewable energy is concerned, symbolism is one of the city which is among the foremost position for spreading the education about renewable energy sources. We are here, Mada Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology, and one of the wing of that university is doing a lot of work on renewable energy. In Vidyavan also, we have 50 institutions and we are trying to harness the sun energy, and we are exploring the potential how we can use our large area for harnessing sun energy. That's why this course is very useful, and we will be highly benefited by this course. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Views from any other participant?
I think it will help us in making the students in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much. College of Engineering and Technology, Bikaner, is it connected now? Now, I'll request the local coordinator, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Bansal, and the guest of honor and other participants regarding their feedback of this course.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Vikas Balla, local coordinator for this course. And Dr. Sanjay Kumar Bansal is our principal, has been busy in some meeting, so he cannot come here. And I would like to say that in the era where fossil fuels are depleting in a very fast rate, we have to do something for this renewable energy sources. And this program has served up, has given a lot of information regarding how the technologies, and we are getting day by day how can we increase the uses of renewable energy sources. And I am having one of my colleagues as a participant, so he will like to say something.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to say regarding this STC cognitive and NIEEE, especially this is used in our country because which is facing the problem, especially for energy sectors, and it provides the alternate sources and a modified way of the renewable energy resources. So it provides the information regarding each and every aspects of new and modified technologies which is prevailing in conventional format. This types of STC provides information regarding the new and alternate resources, and it is very fruitful for us. And being from technical backgrounds, it provides the information at technical point of view, and we have to just prevail it to a lower down version, means to say that in practical implementation form. So it provides how to use this format in a renewable energy and to calculate our deficiency of in case of energy sectors.
Thank you so much for your valuable feedback. Now we'll move to Government Engineering College, Bikaner. Request the coordinator, other participants to kindly provide their views.
Okay. So good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
First of all, I would like to congratulate you and your team for successfully conducting this course on renewable energy based technologies.
Thank you.
So uh, I think that this course was very beneficial for the faculties and has covered almost every aspect of renewable energy technologies. And as far as Rajasthan is concerned, it has a lot of potential of harnessing solar and wind energy, and hence this course has provided ample information for the dissemination of renewable energy technologies based on solar and wind energy. And also the other topics which were discussed by the eminent speakers from NITTTR and industries, uh, that is the topics on hydro, PV technologies, renewable energy certificate, biofuel, clean energy, etc. These have generated a great deal of awareness in the faculty members and provided a lot of scope to run the projects in the field of RETs. So I would like to thank you for conducting this course, and also I would like to thank all the participants who have shown the interest to attend this course. Thank you so much, sir. I have one more thing. I have with us our head, Dr. O.P. Jakar. You would like to say some words on this?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Jharkhand sir.
First of all, I must thanks to Honorable Professor M.P. Punia sir, Director NITTR, and his team to given us this opportunity for organization of this type very useful course in this region at Bikaner Engineering College, Bikaner. And I think as far as this region is concerned, western part of Rajasthan, we had very much potential of solar, wind, biomass, etc. So this course will be very beneficial and fruitful to the faculty members as well as the students to carry out their project and seminars in this particular field of renewable based technology. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Professor Jharkhand. Is there any other person from your center who would like to speak?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Actually, this was my first course on solar energy based technologies. So I was very much thankful for the coordinators for organizing this course. And this course gave me a lot of information about the renewable energy based technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much to the local coordinators and participants from all the nodal centers and guest of honors also. Now I'll request the participants at our ETV studio to kindly express their views regarding this training program. So I'll request one or two of the participants from our ETV studio who have attended this program to kindly come up here and speak two words.
Hello everyone, my name is Megha Mudani and I'm from Poonama College of Engineering, Jaipur. First of all, I would like to owe my heartiest thanks to NITTTR Chandigarh for organizing such a beautiful course on renewable energy based technologies. And after that, I would like to owe my thanks to Dr. Poonam Syal, who has conducted this short term course very beautifully and so in a so organized manner. The contents that are included in the short term course was actually worthful to us, and moreover the things that we are studying in in our course objectives, that is renewable energy, solar energy, wind energy, these are very conventional things. We are not actually, we are here to grasp something new from from NITTTR, and I actually grasped something new from here, as if simply saying, I had a talk with Dr. A.K. Kohli, and he just cited a very beautiful example of solving mathematics. And it was simply that for an 8th class student, don't say him to calculate 25 plus 36. Rather, say him calculate your take out your electricity bills from your house and then calculate the sum. This is how you can indulge the excitement of electricity consumption in a student, in an upgrowing child. As you all know, as we all know, that they are our futures, and if we can indulge this particular characteristic in a child, that she or he had to look after the consumption of electricity and will rock the world, will actually win the electricity crisis. And that is how I learned very, very beautiful things, very beautiful cracks of technologies over here.
Thank you so much. Now I'll request, since all the participants from are from Rajasthan and ma'am was also from Rajasthan, so I'll just request one other participant from other state. So I'll request one more participant to please come up here from our institute who have attended this course and speak a few words regarding this course. ये सारे राजस्थान से सबने state also speakers.
Myself, Rahul Shukla, Mechanical Engineering Department from Institute of Engineering and Technology, Bundelkhand University, Jhansi. Regarding this program, the program is very fruitful and very fantastic, and I'm very thankful to Dr. Poonam Syal. She conducted the program very beautifully, and it is very fruitful and giving lot of information about the renewable energy resources. In starting, I am just thinking about that. I am just coming in this program that is renewable energy resources. It may be not very informative for mechanical engineering, but here when I came, I just understood about the technical things of the program and about the information of renewable energy resources. And definitely when I'm going back to my institute, I'm just planning to install one or 2 kilowatt solar panel system in my institute and at my home also. So I have just collected the information from all the experts. So I'm very thankful to NITTR and ma'am also, Dr. Poonam Syal. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Rahul, for providing us your motivating views. And I once again thank all the participants and all the nodal centers for expressing their encouraging remarks regarding this short-term course, and and also giving me feedback regarding some of the major aspects and issues regarding this course. Thanks to all of you once again. Now it's the time to conclude this valedictory session. And before that, I would like to congratulate all of the participants and all the persons who are present here, that on the auspicious occasion of Ganesh Chaturthi, which is today. So have a nice time and enjoy this festival. And may Lord Ganesh brings all the persons happiness, bliss, and a very bright future ahead. Now in the end, I'll propose vote of thanks. I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks on the valedictory session of the ICT-based training program on renewable energy-based technologies. On behalf of Department of Rural Development of NITER Chandigarh, I express my hearty thanks to Dr. M.P. Punya, our director, for his valuable guidance for organizing this one-week ICT-based training program. I take this opportunity to thank all the experts who have enriched us with their invaluable knowledge and expertise during various sessions of this short-term course. I am thankful to our head of the department, Professor J.S. Saini, for guiding us for conduct of this course and for his presentation during inaugural session of this training program. I also thank Professor S.S. Patnaik for his support in organizing this ICT program, and especially Mr. Harjot Pal Singh, who is technical personnel and who managed all the technicalities during these 5 days during the conduct of this training program. I express my gratitude to Professor Ramakrishna and his team for their internet arrangement of internet connectivity, and acknowledge all the efforts by all the liaison officers of different states, and because of the licensing we could connect to centers for this program. I express my deep gratitude to the management of all our nodal centers and local coordinators as well as guests of honor and all the participants of this course for their active participation during this short-term course. In the end, I would like to thank one and all who has been associated directly and indirectly for organizing this program. So thanks to everyone. Thank you so much. And once again, happy Ganesh Chaturthi to all of you. Thank you.